All right. Okay. Oop. This. Okay. Close all those windows. Hold on. This is good. I can close this too. Okay. What's up? Okay. So there's a couple things I wanted to do today. I'm probably gonna. I think I might start with the dailies. So I might start with the festive dailies as well as oh, wrong thing. As well as the anniversary dailies, just to knock those out so we don't gotta worry about them. Events, winter daily. So let's do that. I'm so happy I got today off. It's so relaxing knowing that you don't have to wake up and go to work. You know? It's so great. Put that away. All right. I mean, can't wait. No, isn't there isn't there a portal here to Ironforge? Right? At the down in the district here. At the main. Right?
How are you? See you around.
I thought there was like a guy. Are they over here?
Talk to me.
No.
Keep it real.
If you ever need anything.
What's up?
Yeah, I could have sworn there was a. I do have war mode on, right?
Hurry back.
I do. I'll take it off for this. Maybe I was thinking Dornegal. I think I was thinking of Dornegal. Which I'm gonna have to go to two places anyway, so yeah, we'll go through the mage portal. And I don't think I have. I don't. I still have to do my PvP dailies that I still haven't finished. I was tired last session I played, and I didn't really feel like doing the PvP dailies because it was taking forever to queue. I'm probably gonna have to run a bunch of dungeons, so I love how a lot of these areas, and this is what I don't understand. I feel what they should do is once you get exalted reputation with the main cities, there should be either a quest line or some sort of way to instantly travel. I mean, it's retail WoW, might as well, because most of the cities now that have portals, people just use to travel throughout World of Warcraft. No one actually travels through the world. I mean, they could probably just get rid of all that shit, but at the same time, it's kind of like, you know, if you don't, then, you know, it's just gonna end up what, you know, how it is now. So
Time is money, friend.
might as well. Okay, and then this guy will port me there.
What's up?
Hillsbrad.
Glad I could help.
Guess we'll fly. Well, no, we do port, don't we? Yeah. Once he goes out the door, he'll report. I think you can, like, you can go dollar in, and then you can go through the room, and that'll take you to like the old thing, and you fall, and you can do it that way too. What's this quest? Protector. Oh, that's the. Where's the presents? Oh, let me get my pet out. Dude, every hunter now has these fucking reindeers. That guy has a sled. What the fuck? Bro, holy shit, dude. Look at the amount of people. How much health is this guy gonna have? 600 million. 700 million health at the top. That's crazy. Oh, I don't have the... Oh, I think people are fighting the... He's dead, right? Are people fighting? Is that just the lag of how long it took? That's crazy. Here, hold on. Come back. I mean, I think it's just because this area is like, I don't know. Yeah, let's go dollar in. it's kind of strange because it's like I go to Dalaran to go to Stormwind to go to Borealis to go to Ironforge.
I got the best deals anywhere.
Okay, now we can go to a garrison.
Can I show you my wares?
Are we not gonna get any presents this year? Like I feel like, are all the presents locked until the 24th or the 25th? I mean. Anyways, let's go to our garrison. We'll do this. And this I will switch to flying styles just so I can get over there quicker. Hey, so far my stream's been good and I can't complain. My frames have been a constant, bit rate great, so I really can't complain right now. This is good. I actually like this. I'm glad it's working and I'm glad my investment wasn't worthless, because I was pretty pissed. Did I switch? Did I change this? Oh, I did build something here. Cool. There we go.
Pleased to meet you. Off and away. Good day to you.
Awesome, let's go. Copper racer. That's the spirit bomb. That's all I got was that and the fruit cake. There's still not much you can do with these things. I mean, they said it's weird how they said that there was Winter Veil things, but it seems like I don't. It seems like it's the same shit. I don't know. Maybe I'm. Maybe I'm not like looking at everything, but I feel like this is like the same stuff as last year. Wait, what the fuck just happened? Bro, what? What? Oh, no way. Okay, so it says 7 a.m. Oh, shit. Okay, that's fine. You know what we can do in the meantime? Which I put off because I was going to do it later. We can do it now. I wanted to watch a couple videos and I wanted to comment on them because I am a critical asshole bastard. So hold on, I gotta pull this up so you can hear it. Okay, so it's happening again. Blizzard, we need to talk. PR is real, and the launch state of World of Warcraft's recent patch is eroding players' confidence and sabotaging its content and marketing efforts. So he's talking about the circlet, the ring, and I'm sure he's probably going to talk what most people are going to talk about, which is basically that it is a borrowed power, and Blizzard promised that they weren't going to do any borrowed power because once the patch is over, then you just throw it away. And what I'm thinking is the reason they're even introducing this ring is because it's going to have to deal with Undermine patch. And I honestly feel like it's just going to be, and I could be wrong, but I feel like these stats and these stat boosts are only temporary because they might possibly do what Season Discovery did. And I'm not sure if they will because of like the craziness, but it could be a possibility that they do what Season Discovery did, which is they have gems that you slot into specific sockets, and those sockets give you like different abilities, or they change an ability. And I don't think they want to do it now because it opens up gameplay. I have no idea, but I could be wrong because the 11.0 or 11.1 PTR is out. Hold on. And so far no one has, there's like the set tier bonuses, class changes are all out that have been data mined. And I mean, what, it's changes the holy priest, resto druid talent trees. I'm just looking at this. Shaman, Undermine, players travel deep, drive, liberation, Undermine raid, floodgate dungeon, PvP arenas. These are like PvP classes that are changing. Demon Hunter, Druid, a lot of druids are changing. Evoker. I'm gonna be honest, in PvP, druids are very hard to kill. My hardest, warriors too. Warriors and druids are like so hard for me to kill. Demon hunters aren't too bad. Kindling flare. has been redesigned, now increases radius of flare by. Interesting. No hard feelings. This has been updated. Okay. Anyways, he's talking about the circlet. And in nowhere does this talk about undermine the circlet. I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing, but I honestly do think that the fact that they said WoW, I'll say YouTube. Let's go to YouTube. Said Blizzard no borrowed power. No more borrowed power. See this that's him making a video. That's 2 years ago. Why borrowed power sucks. Borrowed power is actually fun. No more borrowed power. Speak out. Say no to borrowed power in WoW's future. Finally, borrowed power is almost gone. Here, what does it say?
Less borrowed power, largely a result of feedback, specific horizontal progression. In some cases, quite literally.
Okay, what does it say?
Hey, it's all everyone's time again because
brought in Legion. This is kind of a broader subject. It was kind of a recent thing. We brought in Legion, and now at this point, systems and people in the last couple of expansions definitely feels that this is anecdotal from me. Obviously, it's worn a bit thin because we see it returns in some slightly altered form. So we know a lot of the legendaries in the game are just tier set bonuses that we used to have, or they're modified versions of Legion legendaries, and we seem to be going around in this circle of here's some new stuff. We're going to take it away. Later on, we're going to give it you back. And how do you guys see this long term? Are we going to see next expansion, the Convoke the Spirits Legendary, for example?
Yeah, I think that there's certainly, as we saw with the Legion artifacts, there are some things that end up feeling so iconic and so successful that people want to keep them in some form, and we generally find ways to make that happen. On the topic broadly, we agree. This is something we talk about a ton internally when we look at our systems design and the direction we want to take for following expansions. I think looking back to how we ended up here in the first place was, honestly, I would say about 10 years ago. The development team came to the realization that permanent, evergreen, layered expansion of systems, character, complexity, abilities just wasn't infinitely sustainable. That if you're giving people 3 new abilities every expansion, if you're adding new professions, you're adding permanent enhancements, at some point the system kind of collapses upon itself. There's homogenization, there is just general ability bloat and complexity that is where things are being added because something has to be added, not because the game needs it. And so that led to us pulling significantly back from that, really from Mists onwards. And what we saw on Warlords was the feeling of like, well, there's kind of nothing. Like, there were Draenor perks that you got while leveling up, but I don't think those were tremendously exciting. And players didn't feel like...
Wolf? Come on.
Yeah, exactly. And there just felt like a significant gap there. And so the idea was, okay, well, if we're not comfortable with permanent, expansions and additions to players' characters, what if we do temporary ones? What if we pull out all the stops? And I think the Legion system was probably the most successful of all of these for a couple of reasons. It was certainly very fantasy forward, but also, frankly, it was new.
Yeah,
people hadn't people hadn't understood where it was headed. People didn't get their Ashbringer and think to themselves, well, wait, what's going to happen 3 years from now? How are they going to fix this? How are they going to move on from this? It was just, no, I'm getting all these cool powers. I am getting stronger, doing awesome things with my...
Yeah, so he's literally saying that at that time during Legion, people didn't think about the future of what am I going to do with this Ashbringer later? What am I going to do with this later? What am I going to do with this bow later? Or all the legendary weapons. But then again, that's probably his perspective, and I'm sure there's plenty other people's perspectives where they were just like, what are we going to do with this? You know? Because even if, here, let's do this, duplicate, and then
People
Plummeting,
hadn't
right?
kind of right, yeah. People
and go back. All right, what is look at this video here. Why borrowed power sucks. This guy's specifically talking about, this is 2 years ago. This was 3 years ago. I'm not sure when. Blizzard at its edge, negative feedback, pressure, so-called borrowed power. Game directing goes to, so might as well get away with. So yeah, this is talking during Chains of Domination preach interview. So
people hadn't understood where it was headed. People didn't get their Ashbringer and think to themselves, well, wait, this. It was just, no, I'm getting all these cool powers. I am
yeah.
the end of Legion when we had to burn out your artifact because it was literally more than doubling your power and adding a dozen different effects to your character that were not sustainable going forward to people who hadn't even played that expansion. That felt pretty crappy. And so I think looking forward, we want to find a middle ground. I think we want to look, we're discussing ways of getting back to how we can still have that core RPG element of permanent advancement of your character.
Yeah.
I'm a mage, and I went to the Shadowlands, and I overcame these foes, and I learned things, and I came back as a better mage. Not, I had this thing while I was there that I left behind that I never get to use again. And we'll have more to talk about how those philosophies express themselves.
So, I mean, and it makes sense because back then what he literally just said we'll have time to express how those philosophies. So he's specifically talking about borrowed power in the sense of your character gaining more than it's actually worth, like abilities and spells and stuff like that. So maybe my prediction is completely wrong, and the secondary stat upgrades and, trinket-like effects are something that isn't essentially borrowed power. It's just enhancements to your character, which makes sense because, I mean, trinkets have been enhancing our characters for years. So, I mean, it would make sense to just, like, for them to believe that, it's a flop is kind of just like the scaling. But to be honest, it should be, of course there's always going to be like a cookie cutter where it's just like, let's go here. And right here on Wowhead's front page, it says best circlet gems for all class and War Within. Choose your class. All right, I'm a hunter. Where's the hunter? Hunter. Oh, Beast Mastery. For rating, for Mythic Plus, So, I mean, there's always going to be this for each class. And, I mean, as long as sites like Wowhead and even Icy Veins and all these other websites exist, of course people are going to metagame and put out, what's the best throughput, to get on, the DPS charts, bro. What are the DPS charts looking like? Where's the DPS charts, bro? Come on, I want to see where I'm at on the DPS charts. Where am I? Come on, let's see. Where am I overall? Yeah, let's look at the marksman. Okay, yeah. Beast mastery. Okay. Survival. Hey, not too bad. It's like a top 10, almost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey. But I mean, I don't play survival because I'm trying to get like the top DPS or whatever, I'm playing survival because I like the gameplay, I like the style, and I like the gameplay. The Dragonflight gameplay was kind of but I'm glad that they changed it up. So I get where Ian's coming from about this borrowed power, and for people, honestly, people who think it is borrowed power, it's not. But like you can see, like there's two sides. This guy, where is it? Where the fuck? Oh, right here. 2 years ago. Why borrowed power sucks? And then this guy. Borrowed power is actually fun. Like, it's it's crazy to think that people see it's crazy to think that there's only one way, right? But let's watch this video and see what Bellular thinks about Blizzard's move and whatever the content marketing efforts. I mean, let's just see.
Well, hello everybody. World of Warcraft's had a little bit of a situation again. This does keep on happening. It's now kind of 2 patches in a row that we've had issues, and I think we actually need to talk about that, or at least it's worth talking about, or it's interesting. So we did this video, right, like 2 or 3 days ago, basically about the world building actually being pretty damn great in this patch, and I totally stand by that. Like, see,
I'm gonna be honest, I watched that video and I did not download those add-ons. Why? Because it's not for me. You know, I'm not the person that reads every single quest. You know, I would rather, you know, although the game tells stories and it's, you know, interesting, and I love the lore behind World of Warcraft, I would rather watch somebody who's dedicating their time to that and them catch me up than, you know, I'll watch the cutscenes. I love the fact that there's cutscenes, but I'm more of a visual and not like a reading person. So, you know, it is what it is. When I want to learn, I will read, but, you know, if you can just put it into a tight, compact, and just feed it to me, great.
seriously, if you're going in, you've got like dialogue UI and Plumber installed, you're reading all of the lore and stuff, it's actually pretty cool, right? There's this big sense of like mystery and, you know, and myth and legend to the place, and that comes off great. But of course, if you go to the comments of that video, or really to the comments just about anywhere in World of Warcraft, you can see that this patch has not really went down that well. And it's for some similar reasons to patch 11.0.5. And it's really going to hurt World of Warcraft if this ends up being a pattern, especially because they want us right now to be excited for patch 11.1. They did a WoWcast, and there's actually some really cool things. I mean, the renown track in the raid, that actually seems pretty dope. Gilded crests being in delves actually mattering through their full difficulty range, stuff that actually is pretty damn good. But that all happened, that was all announced just after this patch came out and had a whole bunch of issues. And I think what captured it well is something that Matt said to me in our DMs just when we were talking about our plan for the patch. He said this, I'll just quote him: "They're walking around without a belt and wondering why they're getting caught with their pants down." And it does feel like that, doesn't it? And if you're not really sure, if you're not in the loop, I'll sort of explain. So the big draw of this patch, so much so that, like, if you've seen this trailer, they actually spent some time doing some machinima, right, to make this really cool shot of Cersei circlet, and it's supposed to be this ring. We're all very, very excited about, etc., etc. But it really messed up on its launch, and that's not something that should happen. So on the...
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Right? They're advertising. That's what they do. I mean, I'm going to be honest. If you go to X, the everything app, Twitter, if you go to Twitter and you look up World of Warcraft, right? Like, the amount of advertising they do is just ridiculous now. Like, they shout out players. They've been doing the Winterfest, you know, it's constant advertising that they do. And I mean, even if you were to go onto YouTube, if you like, see this was when the Siren Isle was on today, you know, the events, the public events, the circlet, the story quest, you know. And even if you go to YouTube and go to World of Warcraft, their actual you go to the extra page and look at their shorts. I don't know if anyone knows this, but look at these fucking shorts. They post shorts all the time. I don't think I'm having a very right. And this God, I don't know how you look up when, like, there is it this the description that you can look up. 21 hours ago. 20.
Goblins, of course, are this zany, creative.
19th. And this was, you know, the 17th. Right? They advertise all the time.
Goblin.
You know? Like, it's
I
not.
don't think I'm having a very good time at the Wintervale celebration.
I think I'm starting to have a real good time at the Wintervale celebration.
I don't think I'm having.
See, and it's like, for them, it just seems lackluster to sit there and say the advertising isn't, you know, like, oh, all this stuff they promoted it, it's supposed to be so great, and look at
Circlet, and it's supposed to be this ring we're all very, very excited about, etc., etc. But it really messed up on its launch, and that's not something that should happen. So on the eve of the patch, they buffed the thing's item level absolutely ginormously, right? So they do that. But then on the first week, there's only 4 of the citrines, which are basically just the gems that you socket into it. Only 4 of them were available because the rest of them were time-gated to future weeks. And your progress for the ring is also time-gated, right, throughout the weeks. And I'm sure you can see a bunch of like defensive game design reasons why you don't want somebody just playing your game a lot and upgrading their stuff. That would
See, I hate the way he has this attitude about the fucking game. And I understand that, you know, and if players feel that it needs to be faster, like we should have stuff now, then you can just say it, right? And to be honest, having 4 gems available, that's not a big fucking deal. It brings me back to this, right? Where players are instinctively wanting to have the best thing in their fucking slots, you know? It's like, why can't we just shut up and put the fries in the bag? Play the game, right? Have fun. I don't understand where this like meta feeling comes into, where it's just like, how dare they make me want to play the game over and over? I should just have everything all at once, you know? I should be able to put the popcorn in the microwave and press the fucking popcorn button.
would be terrible. That'd be the end of the world. So the patch came out, and yeah, the ring ended up being, even with its buffed item level, because the citrines that were there in week 1, because they were so bad, the ring would be worse than stuff that people already had. Now,
then don't fucking use it, dude. Right? Oh, but the patch just came out. I should be able to use the ring. And I mean, then use it. Yeah, but it's bad for my end game. It's horrible. And it's just like, dude. Oh my God. It's like, out of all the things to do in the game.
Now, when this is supposed to be your big, exciting ring, the sort of hero item of the patch, the whole mythos of the island is basically the backstory of the ring. You don't want a situation where the ring comes out and it completely blows, right?
I'm gonna be honest. I played during, as soon as it came out, didn't have that feeling. Not at all. I was item level, I think I was 611 now. I think I was 605 or so with the ring. I saved up a bunch of Valor Stones and I was able to like upgrade my gear. So I'm not even like at max item level for like, you know, when it comes to mythic dungeons and, you know, things like that. So, I mean, even with that, I feel like I was not having a hard time at all. I mean, there's so many players. There were so many people there. It didn't make me feel less powerful. I went into dungeons. I was still doing damage. I didn't understand it. The only thing I didn't understand was how long it took for me to get the rings. And then also, I couldn't contribute to the events because everyone was contributing to them all the time. So the events were constantly happening. I didn't really care. You know, I just got what I could. And then, you know, I logged in a couple days later and they added more. And I was just like, okay, cool. You know, I didn't even look up what the best gems were in the slots or, you know, anything like that. I was just playing the fucking game. So it's very strange to me that players are getting mad because of gems not being available during a certain time. It's strange.
Like, that's just really silly. We shouldn't have that be happening. Now, they've then very quickly decided to remove the time gating for the citrines, so you can just go and unlock all your citrines. But there's actually bugs. I ran into it last night. Turns out one of the bosses, you know...
Yeah, there's bugs because they didn't expect players to get pissed because they're not the meta fucking, you know, ring bearers, you know?
You donate your flame blessed iron into a thing in the middle of the base, and then it spawns a boss in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, one of them that seems to be dropping, like the Biss one, was just bugged. And if people pulled it early, it would like bug out and would be broken. I don't know if they fixed that yet, but man, this really.
No, I mean, no, I ran into this. There was a stupid player, right? I wish I caught it on video. There's a stupid player that's like, pull the boss out to here or it'll bug. And it's like, we pulled the boss out and it bugged anyway. And the fucking event started over. I'm like, what? I'm like, this is strange. Because when I killed this same boss on the first day, we did it in the cave. So it was strange that he wanted to pull it out of the cave to kill the fucking boss. Because what ended up happening is that we pulled the boss out of the cave. The boss continued to go out of the cave and it fucking reset. And then we had to pull him again. They tried to pull him out of the cave and then the entire event reset. And so at that point, I'm like, why the fuck am I even playing this game? Right? Because you have these group of players that are like trying to force habits into people that are just unnecessary. And yes, it bugged. It bugged because the fucking WoW dev team wasn't expecting players to get pissed because my gems aren't the fucking best yet.
Really shouldn't happen on our launch week of a patch, and it has happened a few times in a row. That really is an issue, and I guess it brings me on to the broader thing here, which is time gating. Now, we in World of Warcraft have been talking about time gating for such a long time.
Yes, everything is time gated. You want to know why? Because people have lives, dude. People can't just be playing this game 24/7, right? When people say shit's time gated, for me, I say how, right? Because I don't have all the time in the world to play this game, right? And there's so much I haven't done, you know? And there's still stuff that I can't do because I just don't have the fucking time. Right? And so, like, the time gates help people like me who work 9 to 5s, you know, Monday through Friday, and only have a little bit of time, you know, after I get off of work to play, if I play, right? In the weekend, right? I do not see any problem with time gates.
And you do sort of understand why they do some of it. They want to pace their content out. They maybe don't want a situation where somebody can just turbo game and get radically further ahead.
But you can still do that. You can still turbo game, if that's the way he wants to call it. You can still grind and get far, right? You can grind out Mythic Plus. Like, I don't understand where this concept is of everything is time gated, right? Because in the very, very beginning of an expansion, you do pace it out, right? Because they do. I know they do it with Honor and they do it with Conquest and they do it so, you know, PvP can kind of have like a steady pace before the season starts. And I get that because the seasons don't start when the expansion starts. So they kind of pace that, which I'm completely fine with because it allows me to get gear. And I'm sure it allows a lot of other players to get gear as well, you know, and save up honor points because honor is endless. You can get as much honor as you want, but they time gate the conquest, which I get because you're only allowed to earn so much per week.
Than anyone else, because World of Warcraft is a big official lockout-based pseudo-competitive progress game, I guess.
It's not.
That's a bit funny because a lot of other games don't have that, even if they are loot-driven. So at this stage, I'm really beginning to question the wisdom of doing the time gating as much.
I don't believe that. I don't believe. I don't believe that at all. Hold on, video games. What is this? Hold on. I'm looking at stuff. This is Tower of Fantasy. It looks like this person's complaining about trash game, time gating. I played a few days. I don't know what this is. Hold on. I played a few days. The hype game is gone all high to 0. I've waited a whole day just to be able to level up from 24 to 27. Come on now. Time gating literally everything is preventing us from doing anything in stamina. Okay. What else? Hold on. Right here, I just looked it up right here. Okay, it says time gating. This is the AI. But that forces players to wait before progressing through a game, usually to encourage them to pay to skip the wait. But the thing is that Blizzard doesn't have this. Blizzard doesn't have the paying to skip. It's just mostly slowing down. Requiring players to unlock a physical door. Requiring players to show up at a specific time and location, require players to solve one task before unlocking another, requires players to research the technology before being allowed to continue to do something. This is Play Avengers. I don't know what this is. Play Avengers? Time gating. Anyone know what time gating is in Avengers? I've heard of something, but removing that artificially hinders how quickly you can receive gear mission rewards, increasing your power past 150. Okay, so this was something that happened in Play Avengers. Okay. This is a time gating. Look at this. This is a post right here. Time gating is a lazy alternative to having actual content. So we have this content, right? Cool. The players are going to love this, but wait, how do we keep them from leaving? Well, it's simple, of course. Time gate everything. So instead of making a mere amount of time, it takes ages of people to log in every day. And specifically, I mean, that sounds like mobile games too. Mobile games do the same shit, don't they? Edit. After talking with a lot of you who are very helpful in gathering some more perspectives, maybe I'm totally wrong. Time gating might not be it at all. I was informed that WoW, the most big MMOs, do in fact have similar time gating. I'm not really sure what to think about it. Why does this game feel so much more such a burnout then? My hypothesis is that it's just because most players are most of the player base used to totally single player experience of Fallout, and maybe in the issue, the broken promises, a straight up expected disappointment from Bethesda. So this is about Fallout 76. More great responses. Everyone's keeping it mostly civil, providing responses. Maybe it's time gating. Maybe it is time gating. Maybe it's how implemented. Not sure yet. Guys, hope Bethesda reads these and love you guys. So I mean, even he brought up that, you know, it's have similar time gating, you know, but you know, time gating in WoW, I don't think that's. Does time gating benefit a player in any way? What this guy says. Mine says no. I was wondering with some of these. They make it so casual players don't fall too behind the hardcore players. It's a double edge though. Yes, it's helpful, as this guy replies. No. It helps casual players from falling far too behind. However, it also requires you have to play the amount of time, otherwise you'll be left behind. Otherwise, whether it's weeklies, dailies, if you miss one, you're far behind the pack. Especially dailies, casual players not be able to get everything. What's messed up for casual players though is that it might finally be a day they get off, that have free time, but they can't decide dedicate extra time to the game since the time gate. So like they're saying there's more stuff to do. On top of that, it makes it feel like a chore. It freedom serves the way to players fall behind, constricts you in doing anything, list of mandatory chores. By the time you're done with those, you feel burnt out, you know, because it's like, okay, let me log in, do the chores, log out. And I get that. No, I mean, It says, I hate dailies. For me personally, they ruin MMOs as much as pay to win. And I get this. You know, I have this. I understand this feeling. It says, even WoW, like 14 years, understood it's important to make dailies more varied and fun. I really like Lost Ark's gameplay, but I can't involve myself to play it because it always feels like a chore. If you don't do X amount of dailies or weeklies, then I feel like I'm missing something important. So, I mean, Lost Ark, I'm playing Lost Ark. It has all the elements to make it a perfect MMO for me, yet somehow it's feeling like a damn chore for the past month and a half. Thank you, dailies. You know, yeah, I'm not sure how much more I'll stick with Lost Ark. Was not these are all 3 years ago. So I'm saying, yes, time gating is something that happens, you know, but at the same time, there are pros and cons. But to be honest, WoW has been doing dailies since has been doing dailies since what? Outland? Because I remember doing Outland dailies. So, I mean, they have definitely come a long way from doing like weekly dailies and weekly quest and daily quest. They're definitely doing a big variety that gives players different options. So, I mean, time gating something like this circlet is, I don't think, a big deal.
But it really has a big problem with people's perception of their character, and I think how actually we engage with World of Warcraft. Now, the time gating, I remember talking about this in the patch 7.2. Remember, we were all farming our Centenax stuff. It was the Tomb of Sargeras. There's time gating talk throughout Legion, and really just about all of the...
He's talking about the borrow power.
The time since. And I think,
which is different. This isn't borrowed power.
I think the main point is that it doesn't really feel good in a video game when you just are told, come back later. Especially if the thing that you've accomplished feels like a really light lift, right?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel good, you know, to complete the content and be like, I want more content. But I mean, that's like with most games. And I mean, this is a live service game, you know? You're always going to get that feeling of, I want more. I mean, I want more of the story, you know? Like, I want to go to Undermine now. You know, they're broadcasting 1.1. I want to play that now with my character, right? But I have to wait. I have to, right? They're developing it. They're trying to give us something that is good. It takes time. It's a live service game. You know, if I were to buy a solo player game, you know, like I was playing recently, I was playing just yesterday, Odyssey, right? If I bought Odyssey and I got to the next town and they're like, oh, wait, no, you have to wait because, you know, we haven't finished this part yet, so you have to wait until you can play and continue your story, then that would suck, you know? It's a solo player game, you know? It's like, why am I having to wait? You know? And so it's a different feeling. It's different. But people equate that feeling as the same.
So if it took 5 days to unlock your ring of just hard, diligent work somehow, and it was time gated, maybe it wouldn't feel so bad. But I think the problem is it takes all of 45 minutes to unlock your first ring upgrade, and then the game says, okay, come back.
It does not take you 45 minutes, dude. That is not true. That's not true. It doesn't take you 45 minutes to get a ring upgrade.
Back next week. And you're like, oh, really? Is that it? Now, here's the thing, right? You can go and get Thryer, the big cool lightning bird mount. You can go and get all your flame blessed iron. You can do the storm phase. There's so much transmog. Maybe you've got some alts, right? You want to just get a whole bunch of those 584 or 580, whatever they are, item level sets to send over to your alts. You can do all of that stuff. There's a meta achievement for the Isle. All of this that you could sort of label as content. But in World of Warcraft, it's not really labeled as content, is it? It's like in the achievements pane. Most people don't know that any of that shit exists. If you present it,
I mean, I feel like the game does label achievements pretty well, right? You can, when you get an achievement, it pops up on your fucking screen and you click on it and you can say like, oh wow, I got this achievement. Oh look, and it goes to the page tab like of what the achievement is. It's like, oh wow, oh look at all these other achievements there are. The game does a pretty good job of telling you about achievements. I mean, I think there's even an icon on the side that kind of tells you how to operate the achievements tab. So here, what is the WoW achievement? There's trackers, there's of course window images. Is this the... That's the guild. I mean, that looks old. These look old. But anyways,
like your meta achievement a bit differently, people would feel like there was content. I mean, even if you open a season in Diablo 4, you've got your seasonal journey that at least kind of says, hey, you can do this stuff, I guess. Whereas in World of Warcraft, somebody's like, who knows about Thryir? I know about it, but we make videos on it. What regular player knows about Thryir and that they could even go and get that? It's not framed to the player in any way. So you then have this strange thing where there's actually lots that you can do in the Isle, and there's lots of little bits of the Isle that I actually kind of like. I like its vibes, I like the music. Actually, some of the voice acting of the little cast of characters, that's all really good, cute stuff. And it should be totally fine in its own. But it just doesn't really come off like that because World of Warcraft is a loot-driven game, and Blizzard have reinforced that it's a loot-driven game, which basically then just means you kind of log in, you get your you get your Cersei Circle and upgrade, and you're like, oh, I'm done. I guess I have to wait until next week.
Oh, jeez. He's done. Oh, hey, that's it. That's it, guys. I'm done playing WoW. Looks like I ain't got nothing else to do. And it seems like he says one. He's talking out of two sides of his mouth. He's saying, one, I got a lot of stuff to do, and then he's saying, well, guys, I'm done. I ain't gonna do anything else with this. It's just like, but then he's saying, oh well, it's not shown to the player. I mean, I feel like there's a lot shown to the player of what they can do. And to be honest, I don't know a lot of players that don't go out of their way to find things to do, whether it be on their character or another character, So it's very strange because I have a lot of stuff to do I want to do today. And it doesn't just involve dailies.
I'm so happy to be paying my subscription fee. At least that really seems to me anyway how people feel. And I think Blizzard have really got it to this stage where it almost doesn't matter if there is or isn't bad time gating. Just the fact that it's there, because I think people are just jaded, a little bit scarred about it. And that, of course, leads us on to the Dalaran quest, right? I mean, you look at the marketing of this patch, the Dalaran quest is there. You go in and day one, and you're like, oh, it says 17 days on top of Khadgar's head. Cool. Well, that's nice of Khadgar to say, hey, come back in 17 days exactly. I'll have some content for you. But I don't think that's really going to work.
It's 100% going to work. 100% going to work. Do you not think people are going to be standing there waiting to accept that quest? Because they are. Right? Even if you've seen if you even data mine and seen what the quest is about and all that shit, right? You cannot say that there isn't any content to do in the meantime. You just can't. I think people are too used to just flooding through the content, and if all you do is play the game day after day, and that's like, your response, I mean, it's not right. You're not playing the game because you love the game. You're playing the game because you're expecting them to give you like some sort of dopamine hit, and having this kind of attitude, you're never going to get it. You're never going to get that same dopamine hit that you got like forever ago, you know? And you can kind of tell. You can kind of tell that they're kind of like, dude, where's my hit? You know, I've been waiting.
I mean, one of those things.
It's almost like he's fiending. He's fiending for something.
I cannot believe this, but apparently it's a wisdom of Tony Blair. I know. Anyway, point based.
A wisdom of Tony Blair? What the fuck is that? What? Tony Blair. The only thing I got was this video on Rumble that says Tony Blair once said the art of leadership is saying no, not saying yes. It is very easy to say yes.
Tony Blair once said the art of leadership is saying no, not saying yes. It is very easy to say yes.
Okay, that's just some AI shit. I don't know what that is. Hold on. So what do you say? Hold on.
I mean, one of those things. I cannot believe this, but apparently it's a wisdom of Tony Blair. I know. Anyway, point basically being, people don't think about you, you know, as a politician or whatever. People don't think about you nearly as much as you think they're thinking about you. So whenever they are talking about you or thinking about you, you need to make sure it's on your terms. And I look at that Khadgar thing, and it's like, yeah, people are going to see, oh.
Okay, so I said, okay, I found this. This is a random website. And this is the only thing, when I looked up wisdom of Tony Blair, this is the only thing that says wisdom of Tony Blair. So before the U.S. led an invasion, there was no Al-Qaeda terrorists in Iraq. Saddam Hussein had briefly flirted with the idea of using bin Laden's killers against the enemies, but they had thought better and threw the group's people out country. It was George W. Bush and its ever-pulsing friend, Prime Minister Tony Blair, that changed everything. In their crass campaign to make Iraq safe for democracy, they actually made the country safe for terrorism. In completing this, Daddy's unfinished business with Saddam, who had positively flourished after Bush Sr. led an internal coalition in 1991 to eject forces from Kuwait. Bush actually stoked the fires of terrorism while declaring that its motive was to end it. Okay, this is, see, look, no comments. I don't know what this is. It says click here to read the story from the source. But I mean, this is the only thing. This is some Saudi Gazette. This is the only thing. I can't really find anything else that talks about I don't know where he's getting this idea. Anyways.
Oh, Khadgar, come back later. They could be done with the patch in a few days if they maybe just bounced off it. Okay, maybe they'll come back in 11.1, but they're sure as shit not going to remember the timer over Khadgar's head saying come back in 17 days.
Yes, they will. Why? You're talking about it.
That means people will probably miss the Dalaran quest.
No, they won't.
I think that's happened a fair few times in World of Warcraft over the last few years. And, you know...
As soon as you log in, it's going to pop up on the screen saying, champion, we need to discuss something. and you're gonna fucking go over there. It's gonna automatically give you the quest. I swear.
We had a problem. Like
it happens all the time when you've logged into World of Warcraft, and it's like the newest content. They usually direct you towards that content.
That video we did about the world building, the story, that kind of thing. So many of the comments like, "WoW's lore is totally trash. This is absolute slop. Dead since the Shadowlands." And hey, you saw our Shadowlands content, right? Like, good lord, those were dark times. Gotta admit, they were kind of fun. It was so easy to rip into it. But actually now, you look at the Isle, look at the story, how it ties back to the Winter Scorn War. It actually fits into the lore really well.
I like Shadowlands content, big proponent. I actually like Shadowlands. People might, disagree, but obviously, if I'm ripping into, him like this, obviously, I would be the person that says that Shadowlands content was not that bad. So I like the story. So
in a way that makes it feel like it adds to the mythos, but not in that horrible parasitic way that the Shadowlands did. And, I just go through the comments. We're like, slop, story doesn't make any sense, blah, 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 stopped caring ages ago. I can understand that from Shadowlands. But the thing is, Blizzard have actually improved that lore, right? When it comes to the world building and the mythos, they're actually doing a way better job. But kind of sabotage themselves a little bit. If you want people to care about Khadgar, I think time gating the Khadgar quest until January, that doesn't really help.
Get off of
not
it, dude. It's not that big a deal.
Week. People are going to forget.
They're not.
That then brings me to the big thing here. You know the way people say, like, don't judge a book by its cover. Now, the only reason people, not the only reason, but people say that because everyone judges a book by its cover. Like, obviously, everyone does. First impressions actually do count, Yeah, first impressions count. 11.05 had really rough first impressions. If you weren't there for that, basically, the patch had so many bugs. It was, like, flipping ridiculous. They had this Codex of Chromie event. Hey, still in the game. You can go and play it. But the Codex of Chromie was just, it was nothing. Like, it was slop. I'm not criticizing the devs. I think that it's time.
Wait, that was WoW's anniversary patch. What do you mean? What?
Everyone does. Say that because everyone judges a book by its cover. Like, obviously, everyone does. First impressions actually do count, Yeah, first impressions count. 11.05 had really rough first impressions. If you weren't there for that, basically, the patch had so many bugs. It was, like, flipping ridiculous. They had this Codex of Chromie event. Hey, still in the game. You can go and play it. But the Codex of Chromie was just, it was nothing. Like, it was slop. I'm not criticizing the devs. I think that it's time is the problem. I mean, if you actually were aware of the beta data mining for the Awakening the Machine event. Now, Awakening the Machine, pure slop, zero gameplay, absolute snooze fest. Here's the thing, though. Oh, it was supposed to have, like, way more difficulty, way more content, achievements. It actually seemed like they were gearing it up to be a properly designed challenge. It had Torghast-like, abilities and stuff, so you could actually choose powers maybe after every few waves. So they really, at some point, were trying to do something there. But obviously, the expansion had to come out when it came out. So they had to cut all the scope out of that feature, meaning we have this sort of disembodied ghost, reanimated corpse version of Awakening the Machine.
No, what I think Awaken the Machine is a test. It's a test to see if players will do that sort of daily. And I think that's exactly what it is. And Blizzard does this all the time. They give us some sort of activity, and it's basically a test to see how many players do said activity. I wouldn't be surprised if they are tracking the amount of players that do that Awakening the Machine activity, or players that avoid it, because you can completely avoid it because it has nothing to do with anything else. All you can do, I think you can just do, I think you can get a mount from it. Yeah, you can get this. It's right here. Right here. You can get this mount. It says completing the event through wave or reward players with not much achievement, and you can have the chance to drop this mount, right? So you can get this mount, and that's pretty much what it is. So they're basically, to me, I think what they're doing is that they're testing, to have, oh yeah, no, it's like a Torghast thing. It's like, who knows? Because this is a simple thing. It's an area. It's a Zerg mode, basically, to where, after time, over time, more and more and more things, come up, and you have to defeat them, and they come in waves, and you can restart it over and over again. And I really think that eventually they're probably going to expound on this, and some point in the future they're going to have something bigger. But they're seeing if players actually involve themselves in the activity before they, go any further with it. I mean, it's a common practice. They've done it several times with other types of, activities in the game. So I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think it's that big of a deal. And you want to talk about content? Hey, that's another thing you can do in the game that he's saying that there's nothing else to do.
That's what the Codex or Chromie felt like to me in 10.05. And then you go through so many other aspects of 10.05. Like, do you remember when we just used to get, it's WoW's 17th anniversary. Here's a 17% XP buff. Now they only give you 10, and you've got to do a really, 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 really annoying daily quest to get the other 10%. And it's like, guys, that's not a good first impression for your...
You have to do a really annoying quest.
Gabe, what do you...
Is participating in the event. You get an extra 10%. Not to mention, like...
What are you doing? This isn't helping. And lots of other things. I mean, let's take the bronze tokens, or whatever they're called. Bronze celebration tokens. Those had this rate of acquisition that was glacial, to the point where people are thinking, okay, right, I have got 12 weeks to do this content. If I do this amount of gameplay daily, yada, yada, yada. No, nobody wants to think about a game like that. And then you've got the new raid.
Well, that's not true, because I got like 150 coins, and that was just doing, they had all dailies. Was that something that they changed? Wow, 20th and coin daily. I'll just say drop change. Yeah, no, is he just talking about this? Hold on. Because you can do any of the dailies and you get WoW tokens, like the weekly quests and stuff like that. Because I was doing quests in Dornegal and I was getting coins. Yeah, see, I'm not seeing any of this stuff where it talks about I see this currency breakdown, and I'm still not seeing where they talk about getting them from other quests. Because if you go to Dornegal right now, here, let me see if you can log in. You can't log in. Okay. Hold on, let's see. Let me log in real quick. I'll go to Dornegal right now. All those quests, you can get tokens. If anything, you get more tokens from doing daily quests. So just by completing content, you know? Yeah, I'm not seeing. Oh, I'm in the middle of doing this. Fuck it. We'll come back to this. Let's go to Dornegal.
These are Drogbar rocks! Drogbar stones!
Hmm.
You are acknowledged.
Right here, 10. Look at that.
Remain vigilant.
I've already done most of my dailies, but let's go over here. This is a Delves weekly.
Just got to know.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't understand where people are like, "Oh my god, bro, I'm not gonna be able to, like, this is so horrible." It's just like, if they fixed that or patched it or whatever, I would hate to understand when they did that, because oh, here, let me go over here.
What is your command?
Once my fucking computer loads. Okay.
Make it quick, please. We have a tight schedule.
Okay, so yeah, so these you don't get it.
Is your query crucial? Cycles are...
Oh no, you do. You look at that. Honor rated arenas while in a party. You can get 15.
Returning to task.
That's PvP. And that's just ringing deep blade put. Okay, yeah, true though. So I don't understand where. Well, this one. No, but I'll complete this. What about in here, this one?
The winds guide you.
No, it doesn't do it either. I'll accept that one there too. Okay, so yeah, I feel like those quests in the timeless whatever, you know what I'm talking about. I don't think those really have the same, that argument I don't think stands, because there are other ways that you can get, you know, bronze tokens. So I just don't think that, you know,
yada yada. No, nobody wants to think about a game like that. And then you've got the new raid, which you know, had pretty poorly itemized gear that I think for a lot of people was basically useless, but that also shipped with absurd rock hard difficulties, such that Blizzard had to just nerf it and nerf it and nerf it.
I can't speak upon the raid. I have not done any of the raids, mostly because kind of I wanted to just focus on world content and not so much specifically raid content. I'm in a guild, and that guild does raid, and they have progressed and ahead of the curve and all that other stuff, but I personally don't. I just don't want to involve myself in that.
But nerf it. And all of that happened in like the first week. And the thing is, there were...
The only part, I lied. The only part of the raid I did was the story mode. I did the story mode raid. That was it, which is basically like the last boss.
It was really good, like not amazing changes, but they did hit the big red button of, we need to pull an Oprah and just give people shit because they're not happy. And so now, you know, you're...
Imagine 2024, a game studio hears outcry from their customers saying, hey, we want this, and the game studio saying, you know what? Okay. And they give it to them. They listen to their community and they say, wow, let's just give the players what they want. Imagine hating on them that bad because they listen to their community. That's crazy.
Your characters are practically drowning with currency for the anniversary event, and indeed, if you're doing Siren Isle, because those count as like weeklies, those have also got loads of bronze tokens. So yeah, you'll totally get stuff from that event. But the point basically is bad first impressions, right? Bad first impressions.
No, it's not bad first impressions, because it brings me back to this, bro. This is how people play, right? I wouldn't say your average player, but I would say generally most of the community is looking for the best thing. You know, they're not too many people are just trying their own stuff. You know, the people who want to take the time and experiment, they experiment, you know. Or most people are like me and casual and just, you know, just do whatever they want to do and just hope for the best. And then I'll look up shit from time to time to see, you know, is this worth getting? How does my choices compare to what's best, you know?
And that really was a shame because, barring a few things, I think War Within was a really strong launch. I really appreciate how they
the game's not even over, dude.
Their game in so many ways, even the way they were handling the story, the way that you actually got a complete self-contained story by doing the full level up MSQ through to the end of the campaign. I was really pleased with that.
You can completely skip it too.
And then going and doing all the side quests.
Once you finished it the first time.
They really were trying to cook as hard as they could on just on the lore, on the world building. And that energy is carried through to the Siren Isle, which is why I find the Siren Isle to be really likable and kind of frustrating. But the thing is, I've already completed my goals for this season, you know? We've defeated Ansarek, right? I don't necessarily need Cersei's Circlet. Certainly, I don't need it to be super powerful. I've basically done the stuff that I want to do in this character. I mean, there's a few other things I want to do, but it doesn't matter to me that much, right? And so I look at the Isle. I think about.
I think the bigger question is, why doesn't it matter? Why doesn't it matter that much to you? Well, I really don't want to do anything else. Why? You know, maybe you need to take a break. Maybe you're burnt out. You know, there's a lot of reasons why people get that feeling.
World of Warcraft, it's that challenging thing when, you know, you almost become like a current affairs person, right? Like, I'm a current affairs anchor for World of Warcraft, you know?
I've never played that. I feel like he's going through something in this video.
And so I look at the Isle, I think about World of Warcraft. It's that challenging thing when, you know, you almost become like a current affairs person, right? Like I'm a current affairs anchor for World of Warcraft, you know?
I feel like you need to take a break. I think Belial's going through it, and he needs to take a vacation for a little bit. You know, just put down World of Warcraft for a while. Do something else for a little bit.
It means that so much of how I think about the game is like, okay, I look at this lore, I look at those tablets, and I think, well, what does this mean for the future of the game? What does this mean for Blizzard's ability to create good mythos? And
it's not that deep.
I get really jazzed about that. But then a lot of players who have marketed to them, this is Cersei Circlet. It is very, very POG. You will want it. And then they come in. And it's not POG at all. It is, in fact, double plus bad. There's going to be a divide between you and me, right? And I need to be more aware of that. I definitely need to be more aware of that.
More aware of the difference between them, you and them, or like something taking their word for, oh, this is going to be good, and then it not being as good as you thought, and then you being disappointed and making a video about it.
One of the things me and Matt had a big discussion of is how we actually got the best of this patch by playing it on PTR when we didn't give a shit about any of the player power stuff, because all we were doing was thinking about the lore, thinking about the story, thinking about actually a lot of the intricacies that they put together. And
wait a second, what did you say?
One of the things me and Matt had a big discussion of is how we actually got the best of this patch by playing it on PTR when we did.
I mean, that's the problem right there, dude. It's like you're getting it on the test realm, and you're trying to relay stuff that will change to what you're doing now.
Didn't give a shit about any of the player power stuff, because all we were doing was thinking about the lore, thinking about the story, thinking about actually a lot of the intricacies that they put together. And even on patch day, you know, jumping into to the initial quest, teleported miles underground. Yeah, I did feel like, oh man, I remember when I first went to Ulduar or Uldaman when I was far younger and fresh and not full of the scars of life. Weren't those the days? That's how I kind of felt. Just a little tinge of that in Siren Isle. I was really happy about that. Then you just look at everything else and you're like, man, what's going on? What's going on? And this is rough for Blizzard because it torpedoes their PR. You know, it shoots them in the foot. And that is really important because of the patch 11.1 reveal. Now, I always thought the goblins would be a tough sell for a lot of players because so
Bro, this dude thinks goblins are a tough sell. That's crazy.
many people sort of see them as like comedy characters.
Comedy characters.
But I've got to say, I think their 11.1 reveal was really strong, really strong. The renown track in the raid, like even things like just saying, hey, this is how you earn your raid skips. It's not through some convoluted quests and quest items. Or the way it works with the silly spider, spindle, thread, whatever's for your, your progressive buff in Naru Bark. It's not any of that. It's all basically modeled after like, I don't know, it's like your loyalty Marriott account, but with the Galagio. It's really cool. And Delves, there's really good changes there. Mythic Plus, there's some good changes as well. The new drive thing looks really cool. So I'm sitting there trying to, call the shots, analyze what's going on, seeing if Blizzard are actually doing a good job.
Call the shots. What, does he think he's influencing Blizzard? Does he think he works for Blizzard? Does he work for Blizzard? Is he getting paid by Blizzard?
And I'm just like, oh my God, man, please. Could you please give yourself a win? And it's challenging with this patch because it was releasing on the 17th of December. Right? People, I mean, hey, I know it's America. Rock, flag, and eagle. No holidays. You will make World of Warcraft on New Year's Eve, you bastard. Whatever.
What?
Whatever it is, right? I get it. You know, sure, rock like an eagle, but surely that time, sort of the time constraint was a problem here. They shipped the major feature of this patch, basically broken, not as advertised. And that means that whenever they go and they...
He says basically broken is the time gating. And then again, like I said, it's not basically broken because that's how it was supposed to be. When they listen to player feedback and it's like, okay, well, we'll just, unlock everything and let y'all, do this, bugs happen because they're like, oh, fuck, we didn't test this. And, we weren't testing this, so this isn't how it's supposed to occur. And so they're like, oh, fuck, let's fix this. So they fixed it. And then now they have what players are wanting. But it took time because initially that's not what the plan was. That wasn't what they were going to do. It's crazy to think that, it's a good thing that it's crazy to think it's a bad thing that they listen to player feedback. That's crazy.
They do their 11.1 reveal where so many people have worked on that patch for months. So many people have worked on the WoW Direct. The video editors, all the people all across Blizzard who are working to make that reveal great so that they can do a good job, be happy about the game. And, patch came out, wasn't really finished. There were bugs.
It was finished. The patch was finished. The bugs happened because they had to correct, or I would say they changed the course based on the player feedback. So yes, bugs occurred, but they were patched. So it's like, I don't understand.
People are unhappy, and those unhappy people then have the full marketing blast of a new patch, thrown onto them. The poor bastards, how will they ever survive? But thrown onto them. And they're like, you just gave me a thing that I didn't really like and that I'm confused by. Goblins. And they don't know how to, not that they don't know how to, I'm not blaming. No, it's like they've been primed. They've been primed to not believe that the things that should be exciting, right?
They have been primed to believe that the things... What?
Not that they don't know how to, I'm not blaming. No, it's like they've been primed.
You're not blaming... I'm not blaming the player base.
They've been primed to not believe that the things that should be exciting.
That the things that should not be Bro, what is this word salad?
Right? I mean, this is a world where they showed us, the Rogue Bloodfang Tier 2 set. Paladin Judgment Armor. The Tier 2 remakes. That is the most hype thing. Like, for so many World of Warcraft players, that's like, oh my god, it's the past. It's the past, but it's not scrungly. Give me some of that. And then the anniversary patch happened. And the acquisition wasn't where it should have been. And then those players felt disappointed by the thing that they should have been excited about. And that then means whenever you try to get them excited about, what are next, they're not going to be excited about it.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know. I have all the tier 2s. Right? I have all the tier 2 remakes. I even have the little special like anniversary shit that they give out to the Blizzard employees that they came out with, like the sword and the armor and shit like that. I got that too. Right? For people to say like, "Oh my god, you have to commit so much time." And player feedback is wonderful, right? I appreciate all player feedback. Okay? If you go to a restaurant and you order food and it tastes like shit, you tell them. But I'm going to be honest, if you go to a restaurant and the food's great, there's only a certain percentage of people that are going to tell the people the food's great. And there's a certain percentage that is like, well, you did your job, pay for the meal, and leave. But a majority of the people, if you go to a restaurant and the food's bad, they're going to say something, right? it is well more than 60% of people are going to say something about the food, right? Whether it be to the restaurant, to other people, or anything like that, you know? People aren't just going to randomly come up to you and be like, oh, yeah, no, yeah, this restaurant A that I went to, yeah, it was really good. Yeah, dude, it was great. No, maybe if that, you know, person gets caught in the conversation, but that's not just something you're just going to randomly pull up, you know, unless you're talking about that subject. So what I'm saying is player feedback is great and it should be appreciated, you know, because if the community is, you know, asking for something and then the developers do it, then that's great, right? It'd be bad if it were in like the Call of Duty situation where, you know, player feedback was beyond what the WoW community does, and you know the devs for Call of Duty just don't do anything about it. You know, they just ignore the player feedback and they say, oh yeah, bots, whatever, you know, Ricochet, you know, they're the cheat engine or whatever, it's taking care of the, you know, the hackers and stuff like that, don't worry about it, you know. So it player feedback's amazing, but at the same time you can't just constantly like beat a dead horse, you know. And Bellular in this video, you know, I feel like he needs to take a break.
And there's other issues too, systemic ones. We just gotta call it in rares. We gotta call it in rares. You know the way sometimes people say that like creative constraints are the most important thing? Blizzardo, you guys need to give yourselves a patch and basically say, we're not allowed to use rares. No more rares. They're banned. That's what I want, because I want to see them try something else. And that's the problem with the player expectations, because we have had so many rare circles, you know? Timeless Isle was in 2014, a decade ago. The same patch the Thryer was, I think, initially data mining game files, actually.
Rares.
Neat thing. But anyway, rares are so boring. They kind of don't mean anything anymore. Now, the thing is, they're, as we would say in Northern Ireland, they're feared. Very, very feared. I remember when they put Undasta into the game, and I kind of thought Undasta was like the raddest thing. I mean, no.
There's just a fly that like flew by on the screen. Like it's like right here. Let me go back.
Is they're, as we would say in Northern Ireland, they're feared. Very, very feared. I remember when they put Undasta into the game, and I kind of thought Undasta was like.
You see the fly? It probably has a window open or something. I don't know.
The raddest thing. I mean, number one, it's a giant.
There's no way he sat in that with all this shit on the walls and not be able to hear that fly.
Dinosaur, really cool. But number two, you could have like 80. You could have like 3 raid groups of 40 people fighting Undasta, and there's corpses everywhere. And even though it was a bit kusoge, as Matt would say, you know, it's like shit game but good. It felt so MMO. But people were like, when the dragon's lightning hits me, I die. And then Blizzard were, from that day onward, terrified of making a world boss that could be considered content. So that now, you know, world boss is just, hello, I have turned up for my 1% chance of some loot, please. Give me my loot for my weekly progress. That's not really exciting. And so they're a bit scared. What is a rare supposed to be in World of
He's speaking for Blizzard. I mean, you know, he already does, I guess, believe he is the speaker of the community. So now he's speaking for Blizzard. So Blizzard's scared to do stuff.
World of Warcraft is certainly not rare.
And also he believes rares are, I mean, in some ways I can agree, you know, WoW does use rares very often. But I mean, also, I would say if you did not, like, if I didn't have this rare, I have a rare scanner. It's not up right now, but if I didn't have a rare scanner on my as an add-on, then I probably wouldn't feel as if rares are overused. Yeah, if I didn't have a rare scanner, then I wouldn't feel like rares are overused. Yeah.
Look, there are design patterns that could be lifted from other games, you know? I mean, screw it. Like, think about the Siren Isle. Just take everything that goes into a Helldivers map and just cram that stuff in. I don't know. But it's not really working out right now because we've seen it before. And, you know, the first time the Forbidden Reach happened.
Yeah, you know where we've seen the Siren's Isle? This is going to be a long shot. But it is a smaller version of the Pandaren Isle. That's what it is. The Siren's Isle is literally a smaller version of the Panda Isle. The only difference is that the mobs are not elites, and the events happen through contributions, and there are not as many toys and other things involved. It's mostly just cosmetics that you can purchase, and the ring with the gems. So there are, you know, changes, but it's essentially like the Pandaren Isle. I forget what it was called. I don't know what that. I forget what it was, the Panda. Wandering Isle. Or no, it's not Wandering Isle. What is it? Where the frogs are? Timeless Isle. So it's basically the Timeless Isle, except has different. It doesn't have elites. It doesn't have like the toys. But the rares, you know, in the events, that's exactly what it is. That's what it is. It's just a different kind of version of the Timeless Isle.
Well, I mean, that was a raid tier that was longer in the tooth because it was quite a bit more challenging. And, you know, it was good enough for what it was. And the Siren Island actually, in some ways, is better, in some ways is worse. In other ways, is very similar.
Siren Isle isn't content that you're supposed to be focused on. And I think that's what Blizzard's running into, is they're making content where the player does not have to focus on that content. I mean, the outcry of players that said, hey, I don't want to wait, you know, I want to get more bronze tokens, and they're like, okay, yeah, let's do that. You know, that's feedback that Blizzard is wanting from players, because, you know, they time gate this stuff because they're unsure on how fast a player could accumulate and purchase these things. And then once they figure it out and they understand how fast, then at that point they are open to options and changing things. You know, they wouldn't, if they felt like something needed to be done a certain way and this is how it's done, then they wouldn't have listened to the community feedback.
I mean, certainly the Siren Isle has got really nice rewards. Some of those Arathi sets, gorgeous. Old Vrykul sets you can get. Like, man, if you want to just get Flame Blessed Iron until you expire, have at it. You're going to have an amazing time. You're not going to have an amazing time, but hey, it's grinding. We all know what it is. But because people see the rares and get bored, they're just like, it's turned into slop. I do not want slop. And that's...
I mean, that seems like him. He's I haven't talked to anybody. Hold on, I forgot to send this. I haven't talked to anybody that's upset.
Kind of the problem they're struggling with. So my challenge to Blizzard would be, you guys need to reframe some of this in your head. It cannot just be, we'll take that and move it on again. Now, I actually am totally okay with them reusing a island expedition map from BFA, because obviously they've done a lot of work to it since it was a abandoned island expedition. I'm okay with that. And hey, just think about Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, or, you know, the most hated developers in the universe are Insomniac Games, because whenever they moved from Spider-Man 1 to Spider-Man 2, they were so lazy, they used the same New York. They didn't make New York again. Now, I bring that up because, I mean, Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom,
Wait, Insomniac Games. Hold on. Bro, what? There's no way that he sat there and said, Insomniac Games used the same city as 1 that they did in 2. It's like, you have got to be joking, bro. This dude just got on here and said they used New York City twice. Hold on a second. Insomniac Games, Spider-Man 1 and 2, same city. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Right here. So Insomniac Games, Spider-Man 1 and 2, same city. Right, I googled that. This is the AI review. But the first thing on here says Spider-Man 2 adds portions of Brooklyn's and Queens to the mix, practically doubling the map area, even though the game itself is roughly the same time to beat. It takes the same time to beat. Adapting real life explorable game space. That's I guess a review from Screen Rant. Look at this. These are comparisons these people made. So I mean, there are some changes. This building's different. These buildings are different. Here, you can see they're different. This is all different. So I'm gonna be honest. This is remastered too. I don't think he is talking. I had a feeling the city looked different in places than I remember from the remaster. It's still a great upgrade though. Comparison between Manhattan and both games. Yeah. This is Spider-Man Remastered. This is Spider-Man 2. It's definitely, it kind of looks the same, but it is slightly graphically different, which is good. So I'm gonna say yes and no. So parts of the city probably are the same, but parts of them are not, and he probably needs to take a break from WoW.
Considered to be one of the best games of all time, probably. Hyrule is Hyrule. They already made it in Breath of the Wild, and they spent the extra time just trying to make the content and the game systems as joyous as they could, and it really worked. So I am okay with them reusing content, but...
Is he talking about Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild? Because those are two different games.
What I would really like to see is the design being pushed forward. And that's why I'm actually excited for 11.1, because they are pushing the design forward in lots of things. But I think for a patch like this, it just hasn't really worked. And if we're going to do these minor patches, I think we need to just rethink what their scope is. Now, I want to talk about Cersei Circlet. I basically would say no, goodbye Cersei Circlet, as you are. We do not want you anymore. I think Cersei Circlet should have been bit, and I know this is just sort of armchair dev, but frame it like a mini artifact with grindable power that is mostly ungated, such that whenever a player is getting loads of flame blessed iron, and maybe we try to make that a more fun grind. They've done fun grinds before, like Cobalt Assembly and stuff. They could probably, inspired by some of those ideas. But just level it up like a flippin' artifact weapon, dude. And then it has a talent tree.
This dude said, yes, bring on the borrowed power. He said, yes.
There's no bing bing wahoo neck piece or Azurite gear or artifact.
That we know of.
Yeah. It seems like their whole focus here is, you get 1 talent point for every level. At level 70, you'll have 70 talent points. Go spend them. And it's like, that seems more alt-friendly. Getting you alt to 70, config it, put some, get it some gear. Now it's useful.
I guess that's where when you get into the nitty gritty, that's where I'd love to just sit down and okay, well let's literally get all these questions answered before we drum up false hype or be cynical for no reason, because it's like, okay, here's your dragon riding. What does that mean for alts? Does that mean you have to level up all your alts dragon riding skills and that stuff out? All of this work they are doing which is more forethought than they had with so I think there's room for that.
It's fun. How much work do they put into all of this? Unlocking all those Covenant stuff. That'll all be in the game, but just a lot of the legendaries and the stuff that they made, it's like that's so much design time that just went out of classes and into a thing we're going to throw in the bin eventually.
That's exactly it.
Has that amount of design time just went into the new class, went into the existing classes? Because I imagine we're all going to get a lot of changes. It's not like they're going to port us, or at least I think anyway. It's going to be hard enough to just port what you have right.
You see this? He is saying all of this, right? And 2 years ago, he said this. Pouring all of this time into something that we're just going to throw away. And then today, he says...
before, like Cobalt Assembly and stuff. They could probably, inspired by some of those ideas. But just level it up like a flippin' artifact weapon, dude. And then it has a talent tree. And, you move down the talent tree, and instead of just all these citrines, you have a few choice nodes. And that way, and it's ungated. And that way players just go and earn the thing. And it doesn't need to be gated because it's near the end of the season anyway. I mean...
This dude's like, just make my character stronger now. Like, how can you go and you can say, no more borrowed power. Look at all this development time put into something that's just wasted. And then says, well, they need to just have like a talent tree. And then just have some things, just choose out, nothing big. And it's just like, bro, like, do you even realize what you said 2 years ago about borrowed power? And now you're basically saying that you need borrowed power to get this thing better. I'll give my opinion on what the ring should actually be, but let me continue listening.
Because it's near the end of the season anyway. I mean, imagine the absolute competitive travesty of this being ungated at this stage of the expansion. Madness. So it should be completely ungated. Now, the citrines. I understand the idea of having gems, putting them into your talents, and certainly this is the year of Path of Exile 2, where I've now learned that I have lots of different types of gems, and I even have gems that I put into other gems. Getting dementia. But anyway, that doesn't really work for World of Warcraft UI. I remember whenever World of Warcraft Mists of Pandaria...
He's not getting dementia, he's getting gamer fatigue.
A remix happened. Do you know the man who is the savior of that? And he's actually the savior of the Siren Isle as well. Peter Yu. We've done 2 videos in his add-ons, but if you actually look at my gameplay footage of me just playing through, you'll see the way I'm talking to NPCs. I've got this lovely sort of in-universe feeling dialogue frame. Whenever I click on a lore object, Peter's actually, he's made it look like it's a sort of carved rune thing. And whenever I get items with flavor text, I actually get to see the flavor text as I'm playing. And it really makes that better. Another thing that Peter has done is he has developed a custom UI for gems. And it means that whenever I'm swapping gems in my Cersei circlet, very fun, oh, it's actually not a UI travesty nightmare horrorscape. And in Mists of Pandaria Remix as well, with the gems and that, again, Peter's work just made that feel playable as opposed to what Blizzard had been doing themselves, stock. And I think that just means, Blizzard, if you guys want to do gems in this really like more involved way, more involved than just a stat gem and a prismatic socket, I think we really need to change what our gem UI is. I think things like this shouldn't really be on gems anyway. They just need to do it differently. Now, the other thing that I think is, could they...
Gems. What is this gem UI he's talking about? I'm looking it up. Hold on. I'm looking for it. I can't find it. Maybe it's in this. Yeah, yeah, like he does like some quality of life changes with this, but a lot of it's stuff that other add-ons do as well. I mean, some of it's unnecessary as well too. Like this says an item tracker on separate bags, but if you have bag on, then you don't need that. I mean, yeah, that's very strange. Yeah, I mean, for some add-ons, I mean, I don't... It's probably not for me. Anyways.
This patch not be evergreen? Is there a way that this could have been evergreen? Because the other problem, and I think this is really major, and I don't want to blame Blizzard too much because almost all the big live service companies are running into this issue right now. This is not evergreen, and that makes it feel disposable. Now, the funny thing is, it is evergreen in some ways, because that Flame Blessed Iron, hey, It could be 2048. Yeah, 24 years from now, when we're all living in our, I don't know, artificial intelligence pods of some form, and you could log into World of Warcraft expansion 53, because of course they'll all just be made by an AI by then. It'll be fine. And you could go and get your Flame Blessed Iron, and you're like, oh, fantastic. I missed that transmog set 24 years ago. Yeah, sure. But the game is framed by gear, and that gear is not evergreen, and we're very rapidly going to outpace what is there in the Siren Isle, to the point where, you look at a mob and it just falls over and dies, and that doesn't feel like content anymore, and it's not gameplay. So I would think, like, Blizzard, how could you make this evergreen? And the bit that frustrates me is, this was an island expedition. Do you know what was really neat about island expeditions, guys? NPCs that, like... Oh, man, AI is such a polluted word, but the NPC AI for the opposing team in PVE Island Expeditions was sick. Could we not try to do something there? Even I think about Plunderstorm. I don't even know what the lore framing of Plunderstorm was, but it was basically, hey, there's loot everywhere. Let's go and get it. We're pirates, baby. Why is the Siren Isle not perhaps a little bit more like that?
A PvP area? I don't know. I haven't been to Siren Isle with war mode on. I can try that.
With, events just popping off all the time, not just we rotate between 3 rares that spawn in caves. The goblins bring explosives to their cave. The Arathi, they shoot bombs at their cave. Sorry, cannons. Feels cookie cutter. Now, there are things in this patch I appreciate. And I want to, one of the things across this channel and across our news channel, and especially like even, going to BlizzCon, going to, not to GDC, to Gamescom, talking to devs, seriously, almost all game devs want to make good games, right? And one of the things that means they can't is timelines, scope. And I suppose I look at this patch, and yeah, they got it over the line, and I am sure there was some Herculean stuff to make this patch happen by Christmas. I mean, come on, be it a World of Warcraft patch coming out without bugs, or perhaps the war. Just saying, oh, it'll be done by Christmas. Very dangerous. So it's clear that these devs have not been supported to do their best work. And to me, that's a problem, because it means less value for us as players, right? It means whenever, Blizzard eventually says, hey, here's the next patch, you don't believe that it's going to be cool because they have lost some credibility. I mean, just think about the person who designed Awakening the Machine, and they probably carefully scoped out all of the different, almost roguelite powers that you would get as you went through the waves. They maybe thought about, will somebody get amazing gear, and, what will be the big leaderboard? Because I think there was actually supposed to be leaderboards at some point. Like, who will be the #1 worldwide Awakening the Machine player? Because it's basically like an endless fight thing. Their design's gone.
Yeah, I don't know anything about leaderboards and Awakening the Machine leaderboards. Wow. Yeah, I don't see anything. Event, maybe? There's guides, but I don't see... What's this? All you need to know. This came out August. Right here. This is August 30th by WoW Vendor. Waking the Machine, event overview. I mean, when did... So this is like 4 days after launch. This is what they recommend. Click begin maintenance. After being teleported to the Halls of Awakening, click the box in the middle and choose one of the 3 awakening powers. Similar to Torghast. No, see, I don't think this is a part of it. Then your main objective with symbols, survive, come in waves, and then you get these rewards. And then these are the rewards. Then you have a chance to get them out. And then there's a quest. And one of them is the Waking Machine. So you can do this to complete it as your weekly. In the early version of the Waking Machine, similar to Vampire Survivors game, you'd pick a new power every 5 levels, getting progressively stronger as the waves went on. It used to end at wave 50, making things pretty wild, but as you became extremely powerful, it was most likely a chaotic version of Torghast. However, things have changed, and most old powers have been removed. Now, when you reach Renown 7 with the Awakening Deeps, you unlock new rewards called Spare Toolbox. While flying around ringing deeps and defeating mobs, you'll come across these spare toolboxes. These are unique items, so you can carry one at a time. When you take a spare toolbox to the Awakened Machine event, you can activate it to unlock one of the old powers, but you can only choose one. But you can only choose once. With these, you can easily reach wave 20. If you want to an extra boost, you can gather these around the ringing deeps. Blizzard's focus on creating single-player content. Excellent news. Activities like the Awakening Machine and Delves are a perfect way for players who can't join group and allow them to enjoy. So I mean, they I think what they did was they figured out, like, holy shit, you know, as player power gets stronger, you know, having these every single 5, you know, it's fun, but at the same time, it's going to basically make it like irrelevant. So I mean, they probably tested it to see if it was any good, but then was like, we'll probably just see if players like this, and then if they do, then we'll try to incorporate it some way in the future. So that is what they changed. I wish there was more that he went into detail, but he's obviously aggravated.
And that's going to blow, right? I mean, look at, again, I'm bringing this up a lot, but you look at the literature on burnout that, that staff experience, and certainly leading
that he's experiencing.
Leading my own business, leading the team here. The thing that's, I don't want to say like changed, because it's not that I didn't believe in it. It's more the thing I'm really trying to be more and more and more aware of.
Did he not believe in burnout?
Is I need people to feel like they actually have a say in things, obviously, and they have a say in their circumstances, the conditions of their work, the timelines of their work, because if they don't feel that, they will be burnt out, right? And if they're burnt out, they're not going to be happy, and we're not going to get good work. And it's just like that in all things. And that's what I worry about with this patch. Were there grander designs? Did people have to crunch and sprint to get this thing done, only to not have it come out perfectly?
I mean, there's no problems in asking questions on devs like that. Of course, they're probably not going to say anything because they're probably tied to NDAs and they can't really speak upon or ill of the company that they're working for currently. And I wouldn't even believe if he said, I heard from the grapevine from a special source who works at Blizzard that this blah, 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 blah. I still wouldn't believe that because it's coming third-handed, partied, and I can't, you can't just trust everything you hear just because he's a, popular guy.
A little bit like maybe you got your final year university project and you just crunch all week But then it goes to demo day or your Viva or whatever it is, and it's full of bugs. The whole thing's screwed. You're like, oh no, I have failed. I've failed at the final juncture. Because it, to those devs, must feel like that. Because when I look at the Siren Isle, I see love. I see them really trying to handcraft things. And the goblins, they're full of spunk, right? It's great. But they were defeated in detail. Because apparently, you know, look, being a man, it is my responsibility to think about Napoleon Bonaparte and about the Roman Empire and Republic, sometimes kingdom, every day, you know.
What does being a man have to do anything about that? Being a man, I have to think about the Roman Empire. What?
I have to pull double duty so the other guys can take a day off and not think about Rome. But, you know, think about Napoleon's campaign in Italy, one of the ultimate examples of defeat in detail. Blizzard are getting defeated in detail. And that basically just means little bits are being picked out of you all the time.
Yeah, dude, you're the one doing it.
It's, I don't know, like you're some sort of grand beast, some noble beast of the savannah, you know, a big mammal of some sort that likes to graze a lot. But, you know, you've got parasites in you and all these things that are weighing you down until one day you just die. That's almost what it can feel like with World of Warcraft. And I'm just worried because I don't think it's going to be good for Blizzard's job retention. But you know what's actually a little worse?
I think he's worried about himself in this situation. Like, he likes the content he's able to create with Blizzard, and maybe he's afraid that if Blizzard starts doing stuff that he personally does not enjoy, that he's not going to enjoy making content anymore, and then in turn he's going to not know what to turn to when making content, specifically WoW, World of Warcraft content, because he makes other stuff, but I'm just saying, you know, specifically with this, like, it'll just be one less thing that he like does, and he probably doesn't want. He probably likes the income.
There, the game's job market. So we lost 15,000 people in the industry this year. 15,000 roles. And I'm sure some people have been rehired, but not a lot. And that's only 15,000 that like can be easily publicly tracked. Countless indie companies, countless everything else. So a lot of people are going to be sticking in their jobs, but they'll be sticking in their jobs. And if we have more situations like this, they have a reduced feeling of, you know, control over their circumstances. And then you just start to have people just kind of turning up, doing the thing. Yes, boss, I will complete my tickets on Jira. Or I suppose Azure DevOps, now that they're a Microsoft company. Yeah. And that's not going to be great for anyone. And what's sad to me is I look at 11.1 and what they've shown. It's so full of character. The flippin' dinosaur, there's a Godzilla versus Kong boss.
Yeah, I mean, all the hype is here for the next patch, like the major patch, the 0.1 patch, 0.2 patch, 0.3, whatever. Those big patches, yeah, there's always going to be hype behind them, but I mean, let's be honest, as soon as the shit drops, you know, Bellier's going to make another video just like this, you know, where he's going to break down something that he has a problem with.
That's robots and you can get the dinosaurs.
Which I say is fine. You know, he's free to do all of it. But at the same time, it's good to see both sides and not just the negative side. Because if you're always looking at the negative and you're only pointing out the positives when they're correcting the negatives, then it creates a situation where it's like, you know, easy to hate and hard to please.
As a mount man, it's great. So there's so much care and flipping chutzpah in that patch. It looks great.
Like he defends his points in saying that, well, I know the dev team's working so hard because I can see how they do this and do that and do this and do that, and you know, and the story and like these other, like, you know, things. I can see how they do all this, but you know, this is how you should do it. You know, and the majority is going to rule, right? In video games, in the WoW community, majority is going to rule. If players like a certain thing and leadership of, you know, Blizzard thinks like, hey, yes, yeah, we should go in that direction with it. You know, if the players seem like they would prefer this and they do it, that's good, right? You can't say that Blizzard's not listening. And also, bringing up Microsoft is just, ugh. Do you think Microsoft's going to do anything to Blizzard? No.
Great to me.
The only thing Microsoft's going to do to Blizzard is saying, like, they're going to look at their quarter ones and they're going to look at their quarter fours and being like, did y'all improve? Yeah. Okay, cool.
But I know that people will struggle to believe it because we keep on, you know, we just keep on walking into these landmines like Kelsey Grammer in The Simpsons, stepping on the rakes, Sideshow Bob. It's just, it's just that. Every patch. And it really needs to stop. And, you know, they say it takes just simple. We just keep on walking into these landmines like Kelsey Grammer in The Simpsons, stepping on the rakes, Sideshow Bob. It's just, it's just that. Every patch. And it really needs to stop. And, you know, they say it takes like 3 to make a pattern. Do you remember the pre-expansion event for The War Within? Its design was so busted that they basically immediately fixed it, but it should never have shipped like that. Because again, first impressions matter. First impressions matter. In the Mythic Plus video that I did, you know, we were indexing pretty hard on Rory Sutherland's work. I think he's really good at, he's obviously good at marketing. He's, whatever his role is at Ogilvy, right? But it's the psychological aspect of things. That is what really matters. Even, you know, we look at cars like the Polestar. You know, I'd be more likely to buy the Polestar because I go onto their website and their font design. I'm like, oh my God, that font is so lovely. I look at the UI of the car and I'm like, oh my God, that UI is so lovely. I'm not buying the thing, obviously, but those like packaging and first impressions things, those matter so much because Blizzard are forcing themselves to make value the really expensive way, which is by making all the content, right? But do you know what the cheapest way to increase the perceived value of something is? Package it better. Focus on customer experience so the first impression is good. Man,
I mean, this is a pretty good package right here. Right? They're packaging it very well. If you don't consider this packaging something well, then I don't see what else you're expecting, because this is how you package something and you show it to people. And for a small, you know, a small patch, they packaged it. That's packaging it right there. They did it.
Manage the customer's expectations so they're in line with what you're going to deliver. That's how you, at line with your experience, so the first impression is good. Manage the customer's expectations so they're in line with what you're going to deliver.
Which they did, right? They listened to player feedback. They changed it. There were some bugs just because of how it was not planned originally to be like that. You know, if I open up a store and I'm like, okay, well, every single person only gets one, and then it turns out that all the ones that I gave away were useless, then I'm like, okay, well, I need to update this, and I do it again, but this time, you know, now people are getting 2 or 4, and now they're giving 2 over. I'm like, oh well, fuck. Well, I need to switch this, so I give them 2, and now they, you know. I'm saying there's always going to be fixes to something that you're not ready for.
That's how you, at very low cost, increase customer satisfaction with your product. And Blizzard are not really doing that. I think they're so big that they struggle to get that messaging right. And what it ultimately means is me and Matt go and we play.
I wonder what he said after that. It's a big cut.
Your product. And Blizzard are not really doing that. I think they're so big that they struggle to get that messaging right. And what it ultimately means is me and Matt go and we play the PTR. We see world building, all these things that we really like. And
he had to get a drink.
And we're excited. We actually see what the devs are trying to put down, and we're receptive to it. But then, as a normal customer of the game, who should not be on the public test realm, that's bad. Don't be on the PTR. Their experience is completely different.
Wait a second. What?
Excited. We actually see what the devs are trying to put down, and we're receptive to it. But then, as a normal customer of the game, who should not be on the public test realm,
that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. He's saying like a normal customer, someone who's just playing the game, should not be on the PTR. You shouldn't be on the PTR. Why? What? What? It's a public test realm. If you're a normal player, you should not be on the PTR. Let's just say.
That's bad. Don't be on the PTR. Their experience.
I would like him to go into detail. Why? Why should a normal player not be on the PTR?
Experience is completely different because all of those Rory Sutherland shaped things that I just talked about are screwed up for them, whereas they weren't screwed up for us when we were on the PTR. And that just makes me say, hey, Blizzard, I think you guys are relying on the PTR too much, like way too much. Cersei Circlet should have never came out like this. And we can't say, I think you guys are relying on the PTR too much, like way too much. Cersei Circlet should have never came out like this. And we can't say, oh, but the PTR testing didn't bring up the problem, because you shouldn't be relying on your customers to do the PTR testing, right? Now, one of the challenges here is an industry-wide thing of QA being outsourced. I know Blizzard lost loads of QA, loads of good people in Austin, in Texas, where there was a lot of BattleNet, a lot of IT, a lot of QA was located there. They were gone, and that brutal stuff. Because, you know, QA can be bugs, but it's got to be like, does this feature actually match its intended design? And we should not have to rely on players to do that. World of Warcraft will always be walking into landmines if it is relying on the public test realm in this way. Now, one of the things you'll probably notice is, Jesus Christ, there's never not a PTR these bloody days. That kind of says to me they really need the PTR.
No, they... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. The public test realm isn't there for us as the players to QA. You know? They do their own QA, right? They all play on the public test realm, right? Blizzard employees play on the public test realm. They play on the regular realms, right? When they test the game, they're testing it on the PTR with the other players, you know? But it's hard to, as a developer, to QA internally and not have different like opinions or like, I guess, processes as me, you know? Like, I don't work for Blizzard. I've never worked for Blizzard. I play casually, you know? I'm going to do things that a QA person is not going to do, you know? So that's what the PTR is for, right? It's not for us to test it for them, but it's a catch-all for people who it's kind of like a catch-all for variables that they cannot even fathom.
And their dev pace is so blistering that as soon as a patch comes out, immediately PTR for next patch. Yet there's not enough time to actually act on design feedback. Because, again, this isn't some indie team where, you know, a few of the devs can pull an all-nighter and fix the problem. It doesn't work like that at a big company, especially when those people will be allocated to stuff on the next patch or something. So that if they then burn the candle at both ends to fix current patch, guess what happens? They're behind on the next patch. Boy, it's hard. It is hard. And I think they need to do something. They need to do something. I hope they do something, because as it stands, they are spending very large amounts of money on the content bit, but then the cheaper thing, which is getting your psychology right, they're messing up. And that puts a negative score multiplier on the very large pile of money that they are spending. That being said, some napkin math, at least based on data for Azeroth, says they made like, what, $135 million from the Brutosaur. So I think they'll be just fine for money. Though if World of Warcraft is still 500 plus people, oh boy, that's a lot of wages. Hell of a lot of wages, especially when they're mostly in Irvine, California. Anyhow, that's basically this situation. I know this was a longer video, but look, as a viewer of content, I actually often prefer these myself when I'm listening to something. You know, I can do chores to this. So maybe you got to do some chores to this. If so, that would be cool.
You got to do chores? What?
Look, as a viewer of content, I actually often prefer these myself when I'm listening to something. You know, I can do chores to this. So maybe you got to do some chores to this. If so,
he's thinking his viewers / listeners are listening to this while they're in the background doing chores and stuff like that. Just hearing his vomit of Blizzard.
Oh, that would be cool. I'll maybe do some more of these. Give me some feedback. You know, always open to that. Tomorrow will be a big video on 11.1 because there's actually so much really good stuff there, and design decisions that I respect. Some things where I wish they went a bit further, but I like the direction they're going in. And I mean, as I said, patch looks like it's full of spunk and I don't know, pizzazz. There we go. That's more family friendly. It's full of pizzazz. That looks pretty good. Anyway,
wait, spunk is not family friendly?
Anyway, have a nice night. My face will disappear, and it will be replaced by a video. You can click in that video. I promise you, I'll select a cool one. Have a nice night and a nice Christmas, because we're nearly at that time.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think at the end of the day, you know, maybe I think Baylor needs to take a break. He needs to probably just step back and realize that he is not the speaker, the speaker of Azeroth. He's not the speaker for Blizzard, you know. He's not the speaker for the community, you know. He's a person who appreciates WoW. He appreciates the game. He appreciates the devs and all that, but he isn't the savior. Right? He's not going to change anything. And, you know, it's good to critique and there's good to criticize. But at the same time, you know, understand that you can tell this video is not sponsored. He didn't say it or segue to any sponsored. He's just making this out of his own volition. But yeah, I mean, people are hating on it, you know, constantly since we surpassed buggy state, blah, 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 quadruple monetized. And it always leads back to like the conversation of, oh, Blizzard's making all this money and they can't even do anything, blah, 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 blah. It's like, dude, you guys got to remember, like, they listen to the fucking community, right? If people are sitting there saying the food's fucking bad, they changed the recipe, you should be happy that they're doing that, right? The worst thing would be is that they like, oh, well, no, we're not going to change the recipe. We're going to keep on giving you the same shit, you know, deal with it. So, I mean, it kind of sucks when you see people like saying it keeps on happening. What the fuck? You know, when really it's I see it's a 140 ring being worse than the Colterans left because the loot sucked. It's not junk, it's treasure, Blizz. The Cobalt. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the couple things, and this is what I would say, for the ring in general, I would think that what Blizzard could have done with the ring is, instead of having the ring go up through item levels, they could have created a way for the ring to be like an unlock sort of thing. So like, instead of you just like leveling up the ring and doing the gems and having like different abilities and stuff like that, then the ring is more not so much as a borrowed power item that you wear, but it'd be like an item that you just use on the island to unlock different areas, and the item would go from common to epic over the span of like a couple weeks, you know. So you would just do other things on the isle, such as killing rares, completing quests or dailies in a sense, and over time you could collect a currency that whatever fragments, you know, and you could use those to put towards your ring, upgrading it from common to rare, or uncommon, rare, epic, whatever. And then that would open up different portions, and you could like unlock that different portions of that bottom area or whatever. And that would give you access to, you know, other dailies and things like that. That could have been a good sort of in tune patch to where we're doing other content that's related to the story, you know, without relying on this whole power dynamic of, you know, at giving the players more power before the next season. You know, even if it does play into the second season, I still think, yes, you know, it's okay to critique Blizzard. Yes, they probably could have done something different with the ring besides gems and power level. But one thing we should not do is have a talent tree with borrowed power, just like, you know, he said back in the day himself 2 years ago, you know, when Ian Hazzikostas, when he spoke out and said that they are looking into trying to understand how the player dynamic will feel in the future with adding items that they throw away later. I think we're seeing that now. This is how they're going to deal with those types of items. You know, they're going to create them, and they're going to make them not as essentially important. But they are going to, you know, showcase them as something the player can have and use. And to be honest, the fact that the ring is on the character, like physically, I think that's cool. So, all right, it's a little bit longer than I wanted to discuss this, but you know, in the same breath, I think it should be discussed, and I think at the end of the day, you know, Bellier, it's probably time to take a break. Just a small one, you know. Okay. All right. All right, let's finish these dailies now. And go. Let's kill Grumpus. fuck was that? Oops. I think there's no children of them, then you can't set any free. You can't set any children free if there's no children in there, dude. Like here, watch. There's no one in there. Did I save any of them? No, because there's no one in there, dude. I get it? Nope. All right. I think the only things you can buy are like the festive things.
Welcome, friends. Be good. Have a good one. Interesting.
Right? And this, which I already know. I don't know if this is a savage gift. What do you do with that? Are you sure you wish to exchange? It's not refundable. What is that? What does it do? Oh, it can contain Grumpus. Oh, I think I already have that mount. I do. Yeah, I don't need that. Guess I'll just get this shit.
Keep it real.
I don't know if this. Whatever. Okay. So that was it. Let's do this.
Our flight has much to offer.
What can I do for you? You wouldn't want to see me when I'm angry.
It's like meeting again for the first time. Is this hello or goodbye? I keep losing track. Mama says my tusks will be bigger than a mammoth. Okay, bye.
What did I say? Practice about defeat who? Gouache? Who the fuck is that? Don Carlos. Okay. What about this? Where's this at? Take the portal. Wash. Where the fuck is he? Oh, it's an Azure Span.
get this in place, and we can move on. Super quickly. Hold on. I can fix this. Phew. The codex is stable again, but the redirected energy is all over. Can you collect it and bring it to me? Corrected. Follow me and we'll head to the next one. I've had enough Scourge necromancy for one lifetime. If we disrupt them, it might fix the codex. Can't be good. That's also really unscarred, but the codex is amplifying that attitude. Be careful out there.
Okay. Well, get what you get. Wasn't paying attention to the AoE.
you back to the caverns of haven't we done this before?
Hand of Justice. There's another trinket. Chance on melee or ranged attacks, deal a extra quick strike attack, dealing 45 physical damage. Yeah, I don't know if that's better.
Greetings. Have a good one. See you around.
Except the original is not there.
You need something? For the Alliance.
This one is.
See you later.
Which I can do that. Let me get on this. And then wait, are the dragons? Okay, so there's that one. And then this one, dude. Dude, that one sucks. I've died so much on that one dragon. That honestly is the worst one. It's gonna tell me to go to Hydro, but I'm gonna go to this one first. Let's see if there's a group. There's only one group right now. Is that even how you spell it?
Watch your step. Watch your step.
Hey, look at that. It's a lot easier than I thought. Thank God, dude. Let's go to this other guy. Cool. Now go to Hydro. We can do the last dragon. Hmm. Here, let me switch. Get there faster.
I have many lucky do's come you like.
Cool. Oh, I need a queue for this now. Leave. Find a group. Damn, 13 minutes. What the fuck? Do I have that quest? Yeah, I do. And 5 time walking dungeons. So in the meantime, what we can do is go back to Dornagal and do some stuff there. Wait, hold on. I can just pet battle. Let me go to Stormwind.
dragons are mighty here. Plant our banners to mark what the Dragon Scale expedition has discovered.
Wait, was that? No, it's down here. What? That's it? Cool.
Whoa, what are you? Next time, bring fish, please. Wanna fly kites later?
What can I advance? A skunk? Could do this one. There we go. All right, let's get out of here and go back to...
Yes. What is it you need? A fair trade and a fond departure.
Let's go back to Dornigal. I can do some PvP. Like open world. And world quest and other things like that.
Another interruption. Do you have a query? Return if you wish to speak again.
Wherever the action. Hear that? That's the sound of adventure calling our name.
For the Alliance.
Come on. One more. All right, there we go.
Your reign of terror ends now! Face your doom, mortals! You cannot hide from us! My side, Flame Walker!
Come on. I was trying to help that guy. I forgot I had the tonic. Cool.
For removing those foolish savages.
Boy, that was crazy.
Your efforts are utterly pointless, fools. You'll never be able to defeat me. Prepare to meet your doom at the hands of Ragnaros's most powerful servant. I will not be denied! The fire below bends to my will. Repel the invader! Behold the might of my empire! Guards, to my side! Flee before me!
Oh, I forgot to jump again. Damn it.
The fire below bends to my will. Repel the invader!
There you go. I don't gotta worry about that mechanic anymore.
Your insolence will be punished! I will not be denied! Guards, to my side!
Forgot to jump again. I was like, what do I do?
My son.
No!
Sick.
Thorson was a great and honorable dwarf. You ruined my life and the life of my unborn child.
Okay. That we'll get rid of. Cool. So now I think I just need to do time walking and I'll be done. And the kills, honor kills. So let me do some time walking. Let's switch PvP, and we can do some of this stuff.
These constructs once protected the Isle, but this one's programming has been damaged. It will not
I gotta find a
distinguish
group to do
between
that.
friend and foe.
Our miners had to leave their tools behind when the Nerubians attacked. Please retrieve them.
I have the war mode on right now. Let me switch this pet. Why are we going this way? Oh, we're gonna defeat the one and then be done. I don't understand how level 10 can be doing that much damage. That doesn't make any sense. I feel like that's like off. Is that a quest?
Our miners had to leave their tools behind when the Nerubians attacked. Please retrieve them. Thank you. We'll go back for the rest when the Nerubians are gone for good.
This pet battle. Complete Oz on Alvdorn and Ashkahet.
What path brought you here? Follow no directives but your own. May all paths be open to you. Let's commit our meeting to memory.
Bro, why isn't it like it's not even doing any damage? What is he missing? Whoa, what the fuck? That was kind of crazy. I'm in a party full of paladins. Like, everybody is a fucking paladin except for me. It's kind of strange. They're all doing like the same fucking moves too, which is like
Interrupt.
I wonder if they're all the same fucking spec. Oh no, yeah, no, they're both the same spec. It's just the tank and the healer are different. Are we gonna finish it? Or like why did we go around the circle? That'll piss him off. Sorry, I was on the phone. Let's queue up for another one of those, and then I got what? One more, two more? No, three more. I don't know. Right? Is it 3-time walking dungeons? Where's the event thing? Three more.
Ah, a new experience.
Oh shit. Here we go. Yeah, whatever. Let me change my pets. Let me put him in there. In the place of him. Maybe this guy in the place of him. And then let's just heal.
Tell me, what drives you?
Hopefully this hits now, because like before that shit wasn't even hitting. Yeah, there we go. Let's put him in. I haven't played him yet, so. Okay. It's up to you, even though you're weak against elemental. Yeah, this doesn't seem good. This one's not that good. Yep. Okay, let's heal. And then instead of them, let's do him. I don't have any that are good against
Speak freely. No directive needed.
Okay, great. Let's see if you can do it. Whoa, that's crazy. That's kind of crazy. Okay, maybe the Belial pup isn't that good. Maybe I should try to use... Hey, look at that. Why didn't that rogue fight as soon as he came there? He like immediately was trying to just open the box. Oh, wow, great. Good job, guys. The healer's healing.
Target change.
my god, these people are so bad. Here we go. Come back to me. Of course. Ooh, Peacemaker. Yay! Gotta sell all this. You collected this appearance, but not from this item. Yeah, I can sell it. Okay. Do one more? Two more. Let me sell this stuff first.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles. He's like you. the Grummels.
Journey far and safe.
That's the only other... Oh, dead mines. That's the only other one I can think of. Oops. I need to put a weak ores on, so I know I need to jump. Hello? Can someone fucking heal me?
Check out that noise. We're under attack! Avast, you swabs! Repel the invaders! You landlubbers are tougher than I thought. I'll have to improvise. Now you're making me angry.
If I push these motherfuckers off the edge, what are they gonna do? Oh God. God, we're gonna stay in combat forever. Yay. I think one more, yeah.
Communication in. Oh, sorry. Hello. Our lives are our own.
Okay, so I got luck with that one. Okay. Let's go with the bigger one. And let's do the... This one has a cooldown, so let's do that one first. Holy shit, dude. What? That's crazy. It's like, holy fuck, how long is it gonna take them to kill the motherfucker? Oh my god. Immediately at the top. That's kind of crazy. Don't we need to kill the other girl? I guess not. Sweet. That's done. That's done. That's done. I might just skip this because this is like taking too long. I can move on now. So what else? There's the yes, this one. I might not do that.
Opportunity's knocking. If you've got the
At least right
metal,
now, I might do it
valuables
later.
waiting to be won.
So let me go and turn everything in now. imagine. That was a crazy comment I just fucking read. That was crazy. Man just said, like, wow, I never even knew that was the thing. It's just like, dude, like you spend all the time playing the game and you don't even realize.
This is your time.
Well, I'm listening.
Can I help you?
Choose wisely. Farewell.
I have all the time in the Isles.
All right. So let me open up all these.
I have many, many wares. Many farewells.
Okay.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummels, like you. May your feet find good trails.
All right, I'm gonna probably get off this now, but I'll probably be back a little later, and I'll probably do PvP then. Probably later tonight. So I appreciate it, and I will catch you later. Okay. Okay.